Hello everyone and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. And since we're here, let's have a talk, shall we? Your reputation precedes you, Byrnjolf. In fact, it's for that reason that I'd like to introduce you to someone. That minstrel at the end of the bar wandered in here the other day, said he was seeking inspiration for a new ballad, the sort only an adventurer of distinction could provide. Who better than the man who saved the world to give this minstrel the stories he seeks, eh? Humor the gentleman, I say. Dawn may banish even the darkest night, yet ever shall primal desires burn. Two swords shall vie to lay them low, a blade born of light, and a blade forged of might. Alas, man may entrust his fate unto but one. Lest you wonder, these are the words of Archon Louisoix. While not written as poetry, I find poetry within them nonetheless. Years ago, when I arrived in this land, I was beset with peril day and night, forced to endure countless trials which tested my mind, my body, and my faith. And I am not ashamed to admit that I would have faltered had it not been for the help of a handful of nameless adventurers, honest men and women who proffered the hand of friendship to a weary soul and led him safe from the darkness. When I look upon you, I am reminded of them. I can tell that you are well-traveled and possessed of both constancy and character. You are a man of the adventuring profession, yes? I seek a valiant hero whose deeds might serve as inspiration, and I have reason to believe I have found him. After all, was it not you who faced Gaius van Belsar and his Allegan weapon? You must tell me everything that happened. Omit nary a single detail, I beg of you. Truly, a tale worthy of legend, and so eerily it matches the writings of Archon Louisoix. Two swords shall vie to lay them low, a blade born of light and a blade forged of might. Alas, man may entrust his fate unto but one. The Black Wolf was a conqueror who aspired to rule through might, and the weapon was key to his ambitions. Yet in the end, the people of Eorzea entrusted their fates to a brilliant blade, the Warrior of Light. A rather fitting moniker, in my humble opinion. Thank you. At least I have found the inspiration I sought. A battle to decide the fate of the realm. The words, the notes, I feel them coming together. Your tale, Byrnjolf Nordin, your song. From an era long forgotten, a blade of midnight drawn, from a distant land uncharted, a warrior who bears the dawn. I know who you are. Do I know you? Ah! Unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The great Byrnjolf Nordin himself. Amazing, and more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate. I but recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A man with absolute confidence in his own ability stands to profit handsomely from his venture. No, I crave no recompense, for my part is bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rumbros at St. Quinnick's Find. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. Greetings, Byrnjolf. You've come at just the right time. A visitor is waiting for you in the workshop. A friend of Sid, it seems. Realizing your preoccupation with other matters of import, I suggested she wait at the seventh heaven until your arrival. But she refuses to leave. I fear you have a very brash client on your hands, friend. Are you ready to go inside? If your waiting will only make her more irritable. Jesse! So you're Mr. Nordin, eh? Took you long enough. The name's Jesse, Deputy President of Garland Ironworks. Don't look too impressed now. In truth, I'm nothing more than an engineer, but thanks to you filling Master Garland's head with them damn fool ideas of heroism and saving the realm, there's no one else around to fill his golden britches. We've been busting our collective arses on these orders from Highwind Skyways and are still only scraping by. The real problem is, with Master Garland gone, productivity's dropped like the knickers on a stone's throw strumpet. The company'll be in deep if something ain't done. And that's why I'm here. Sure, our mechanists have made their fair share of chronometers and plasma lamps, but we need something grand. Something that'll have clients on their knees literally begging us to take all their sparkling gill. I want you to show me the Magitech armor you borrowed from our friends, the Garleans. Yes, I know all about your little foray into the Praetorium. You can thank Biggs and Wedge for that. I reckon there's a lot we can learn from that Reaper, and after all you've done to distract Master Garland, I'd say you owe us that much and more. This is amazing. Do you even know what you have here? Listen to that cerulean engine. I've never heard anything so sweet. And the servo mechanism should be... Wait, a mammoth core? Why didn't I think of that? They're so easy to come by. Mass production would be as easy as stealing candy from a baby. Or, of course, from a mammoth. But what in the seven bloody hells have you done to the cannon's poor convergence modulator? Burnt it out firing victory rounds after slaying some family of rabid squirrels, no doubt. It's a wonder the whole suit is in the steaming pile of molten slag. Such a waste. What in the builder's name are you looking at? You need something to fix your prying eyes on? Try the wall. Any road, I can't bear to see such a fine piece of work in such a sorry state. I'll patch her up as best I can, but you'll need to gather the parts needed for the job. Think of it as one of them adventures you seemed so keen on. A make number 49 Magitech converter and a make number 50 Magitech accelerator. oscillator should do the trick. Oh, and a Magitech cannon barrel. Make number 51. I can't guarantee she'll be good as new, but at the very least she'll be in better shape than she's in now, which still ain't saying much. Eyes on me, Byrnjolf. I ain't done with you yet. That is, unless you know whereabouts one might stumble across a spare converter, oscillator, and cannon barrel. No? Didn't think so. So here's a hint. It rhymes with Castrum Sentry. You see, Garlean-made technology is what we're after, and I can't think of a better place to find some. Off with you now. You lonely or just poor with numbers? I'm assuming the latter, so listen up. We need a Magitech converter. Okay. You might want to write that down unless it is your poor... unless it is your poor with letters to boot. Now off to Custom Sentry with you, and no stopping to sniff the sunflowers. It breaks my heart every second I have to think that the armor in such sorry shape. I don't remember if I showed them to you guys yet, but right over here, right outside this gate, we have an indolent Imperial. Huh? Oh, great, an adventurer. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not looking to pick a fight. I didn't even want to join the Imperial army. But she said to me, you won't never make nothing of yourself fiddling with cards all day. Why can't you be a real man like your pa? A few arguments later, the next thing I knew, I was being fitted for an Imperial uniform. If you leave me be, I promise I won't hurt anyone. I'd sooner fight with my cards than with my fists. Something. Don't mind me, gentlemen. I'm just doing an inspection here. Yep, everything seems to be in order. Excuse me. Just doing another inspection here. Ah, some contraband. I'm going to be taking that. All right, last inspection. And done. Welcome back. Still attending to business in the workshop. Well, if she's still here, then yes. Hello, Jesse. Let me guess. You've lost... No, broken... No, traded for magical beans the parts we need. Well, color me mildly impressed. I was half expecting the worst, and got, well, less than the worst. Don't get all giddy on me now. You're still not off the hook for stealing away Master Garland, but I'll admit, I'm beginning to see why he might feel the need to latch himself onto an adventurer like he might a strayed pup. All right, let's see if I can't salvage the mess of a masterpiece. Phew, I think that's it. Both Magitech and Photon Cannon should be functional. That said, I'm no Garlean, and there's no third eye hidden under these lovely locks, and there's a great deal I don't know about their machina. I can't guarantee the cannons won't misfire, but then again, misfire is better than no fire, eh? Even so, I wouldn't recommend using the weaponry in actual battle. Speaking of fire, it's high time I got back to the ironworks. Patching up those cannons has given me a few ideas. You take good care of that armor, or you'll have me to answer to, Byrnjolf. One of these days, she's probably going to end up murdering me. I do recall her being kind of a very terrifying person. Now, before I do that, I should probably do this, right? It's probably going to take a while to do something. So, let's go ahead and start a conversation here. Why, if it isn't Byrnjolf Nordin himself. I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb. Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find himself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? Of course. I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first. Byrnjolf, I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Quinax? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe? Yes? No? Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of the forthcoming expedition, and has kindly pledged to assist us. He has he? Glad to have you aboard, Byrnjolf. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let's begin at the beginning. The sons of St. Quinac are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. Ah, but I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Tol Skeva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allegan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter. Here in Mordona, there stands an entire Allegan structure, which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon and the lesser moon Dalamud before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal, pointed at the bosom of the heavens. If I end up in queue because I'm still in the middle of this cutscene, it's going to be really funny. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancient wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved in the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the Sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air, We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It'll be difficult and dangerous, Byrnjolf, but I can think of no finer man for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste of these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There's much more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Our first objective is to reach the entrance of the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analysis, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for La Nasia, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and Ugamero mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastmen's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful. Oh, is this the mail delivery one? Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this. So I think there's a time element to it, and you have to search for somebody. I say, are you here for us? And you will want to speak with my partner. Were you the 2 I saw inside last time I went through? Lozewing sent ye our way, ye say? Well, I'll be thrice damned it's you. Aye, the heroic bloke that lopped off the Tonberry King's head. Do you remember us? We was the pair round the entrance to the Wanderer's Palace. Saw you right for that great bleeding Tonberry stabbed us. Was it we stabbed, love? Indeed we were. 'Twas most unpleasant. Now, adventurer, you are here to do something we would prefer not to do ourselves. Venture into the Wanderer's palace again. Best we start at the beginning, eh? Like I was saying, we was ackin' away at Little Tonberry's when the big one snuck up behind us. Well, we tried to fight it off, but it got the best of us. Never been in worse shape, just lying there bleeding. Hell, as I thought we weren't long for the realm, but just as I was thinking of me last words, lo and behold, the Tonberries we'd been having it out with started treating us. Nursed us right back to health, they did. That's when we learned the truth about the Tonbies. See, they was only menacing folk 'cause of a curse that you lifted when you slew the Tonberry king. Wait, really? I wonder what the scholar story is going to be with the Tonberries. Or if it's already over for them. Or if it's already over with them. As I know about the Tonberries, I became friends with one of them. At art, that latter calm and twice as kindly again. Why, it was a right pleasure having them take care of us for a fair spell. It's a pity those peaceful days didn't last. A band of Mummel Jaw, what call themselves the Silver Scales, came storming into the palace. They say they're mercenaries, but they're nothing but the scum of the bleeding realm. The howling, the blood, and so many dead. As if that weren't enough, the surviving Tonberries were locked away deep in the ruins. Why in the name of the 12 do they deserve such a fate, I ask you? We had grown rather fond of the Tonberries while living amongst them. They have good hearts, no matter how odd their appearance. None of that should matter anyway. This fellow is Hyrule, and I'm Makote. Are we lesser a couple for our difference? I should think not. I say, you look like that learned type. Perhaps you have made the acquaintance of Perhaps you have made the acquaintance of one called Surito Kirito? Is that the Tonberry? I thought as much. As he told you the Tonberry's great secret, that they once looked the same as you or I. Is that not the greatest tragedy you have ever heard? To be so spurned and locked away in some horrid jail, and by one's own people, no less? My dearest and I know their pain all too well. We both had to leave our birthplace. Why, you ask? Simply because we were different. No, we will not sit idly by and let the Tonberries be subjected to such terrible treatment. Well said, love. Much as we'd like to give the Silver Scales the boot ourselves, we can't stand up to a cartload of Mummel Jaw. So please, say you'll do it in our place. The Wanderer's Palace is the only home the Tonberries have got. Now you'll have to speak with Abazi Charazi and get a ride in his boat across the lake. What's it now? Bon Voyage? We have to save our friends, the Tonberries. These ruins are very beautiful, by the way. Come on that treasure hunter's errand, have ye? Well, I'll take ye across the lake, but be warned, the palace you're making for is held by the Silver Scales, and their leader's the most fearsome of the lot. Now, the Tonbitters aren't friends of mine, but even I think the way the Mummeljaw have them imprisoned is wrong. Capturing them, turning them into thralls. Go and give those sellswords hell. Turning them into thralls. Did a Mummeljaw have a primal? I have no idea. Man, these ruins are so gorgeous. Look at them. I would have loved to see what the city looked like before it collapsed. Oh, that's cool. You can see the Camp Bronze Lake from here. So when they boat us over here, how do we get in? You know, it's crazy. Aleport's all the way past this mountain here. I never realized that. Yeah, I think it's like on the other side of the smoking mountain right here. This volcano. We have 4 DPS waiting for the ultimate weapon. Oddly enough, it looks like that lighthouse is connected to the mountain there. Look at it. It looks like it's connected. You know what? Well, I'm cued with that. I'm going to queue with both of them. And do whichever one's faster. Yeah, I figured that would pop up first. Looking gun directed weapon. Oh, there's another thing on the field. Didn't realize. second can I remember this round. Rabbit. Not entirely sure what you're supposed to do with those things. Whoa, 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 ow. The items. Did not make it out of that. Dang it. I dare say that glint in your eye means the sellswords harass the Tonberries no more. Ere have you swept the sellswords out of the palace? Ha! That's a splendid lad. Our thanks to ye for saving the Tonbees, honest. Allow me to add my thanks to his sir. You have our gratitude on behalf of the Tonberries as well. I think they truly deserve succor. Can you imagine losing your entire being to hatred? Little wonder the Tonberries became monsters. Neither of us are strangers to hate, growing more spiteful with each passing day. is sadly the province of those who are shunned by all around them. Yet malice will turn us all to monsters. Tonberry told me as much one day. It gave me pause to think of wandering for ages with a heart ruled by rancor. Aye, the Tonbys have known more than their fair share of our times. So from here on out, we want to make sure where they live stays a sanctuary. Fortunately, while there's venturers like yourself about to knock invaders out, we won't have to fear for the Tonbys. Now we're off for a right old reunion. Good fortune to you, friend. How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastmen strongholds? So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Byrnjolf. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zaharan, war camp of the Amolja in Thanalan. The latter in Natalan, the roost of the Ixil in the hills of Korthus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two. If not so, still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. could be wrong, but does that not look like a castrum to you? That is very weird. You ever go over here or something? Is there a story about that place? Looks so weird. I remember there being a quest out here in the middle of the desert. Yeah, there it is. Zombies are people too. Hub. Ugh. Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose you don't speak Zombish. You'll have to forgive me. I've been feeling awfully depressed of late. And why shouldn't I? What with you and your friends always trying to hack me limb from limb? Why, it's as if I'm... It's as... Why, it's... Why, it's... Bleh. Why, it's as if my rotting, malodorous flesh and propensity for snacking on adventurer brains has made me some sort of pariah. The only ones who ever treated me with any decency were my Sabotender friends, and I haven't seen them in ages. My best friend among them was spirited away when we were strolling through the Shroud. I do hope he's safe. Sabotendric. There he goes. There's Sabotendric. My dear friend Sabotendric, just returned. It was you that found him. Why, he must be the kindest adventurer I've ever met. I promise I won't eat your brains unless you're the last adventurer in the Eorzea. Perhaps you could track down my other Sabotender friends as well. Sabotendrid disappeared while we were on an excursion to Lanasia. Do you think it's my body odor? I guess while I'm here, I'll talk to the master. Well, if it isn't Byrnjolf, precisely the man I wish to see. You will recall a Mitra of the Sons of St. Quinoc. You will recall a Mitra of the Sons of St. Quinoc. Well, she has recently finished compiling her research into summoning, and was kind enough to send a copy of it to our guild. I was pleased to note that you are listed as a collaborator. I must say it is quite a fascinating read, especially the section covering those essences of primals called Edgy. You are able to manifest the beings, yes? Wonderful. In which case, I should like your assistance with an experiment. If you are willing, pray join me in the practice area. Hold on. Is this a continual quest that pops up so you relearn how to turn your Edgy into carbuncle? Because if that's the case, that's annoying. My apologies for the wait. To begin with, might I ask you to call forth an edgy? I should very much like to see one with mine own eyes. Mayhap the Efreet Edgy? Would you be suitable? I understand that it was the first such being to be summoned. Oh, maybe I did this with the scholar, and that's why it got me confused. Yes, a most impressive being indeed, created according to a mitra, and the image of the entity which one most closely associates with fire, Efreet. It is my hypothesis that the same fundamental principle could be employed to alter the form of an edgy, by calling to mind another image. Pray summon the Efreet Edgy again, but this time focus your consciousness upon Carbuncle. It shouldn't be difficult, given the bond you share. Brilliant. My theory holds. Whilst it takes the form of carbuncle, there is no mistaking its ethereal composition. I should not imagine that the abilities it wields have changed. For all intents and purposes, it is still an Efreet Edgy. But now we know that there is no limit to an Edgy's appearance. Well, I must be returning to my post. Let us continue this upstairs. Byrnjolf, you have my thanks for indulging me. The experiment has unearthed a new world of possibility for arcane entities, and I hope you will find use for the discovery. I'll never use it. Oh, it's an outer La Nausea? I see. He's just enjoying himself. Joy of joys! Sabotendred returned just moments ago. He assured me that he merely got lost, and I smelled just fine. At least that's what I think he meant to say. Why, that leaves only Sabotendale. He was always the shy, retiring type. He was relaxing in his favorite pot when it was stolen away by a band of Amoldra brigands. Could you find him for me? Oh, and take this fire sand just in case he's stuck inside. Oh, right over here. I scared it. Where'd everyone go? Sabotendale came back, then left just as quickly to go home with his brothers. Said that the winds of Thanalan were calling him home, or at least that's what I think he said. How nice it must be to have a family. Mine, long dead. Dead. Not undead like me. Still, just knowing that I have friends in the vast, lonely world is enough for me. Why, I suppose I can even call you a friend, too. You don't mind my odor, do you? I don't mind. You're a friendly zombie. Yeah, I'll just teleport back. Byrnjolf, it's good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the beastmen? Wonderful! With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed. Here we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again. If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance, namely ether sand, which has 4 elemental aspected varieties. Alas, ether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the Guildmaster, however, I was informed that no ether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procure the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring ether sand is no small feat, of course, but I am not an impatient man. But I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase, and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of ether sand we require. I don't know why I did not use the etherite. Oh, this is the alchemy. Oh, God. I went the wrong way. Is that a crown? Oh, that's pretty. Ah, Master Nordin. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? You're here on behalf of the Sons of St. Koinak? What fortunate timing! I was just about to contact Master Rembros with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected ether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you are welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray, speak with Jamim over the... Ah, I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on! There must be something you can do! Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir. But as I explained, the ether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2. Byrnjolf, it's been too long. What brings you here, then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well, now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh, no. You're here for the blooming ether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the elegant civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else. See? Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise. As a matter of fact, anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of ether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here. Even for you, lad. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, eh? While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this gentleman is a representative of the organization that reserved the ether sand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that his purse is considerably larger than yours. It's like that, is it? All right. This batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or two. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 variety of elementally aspected ether sand as well, right? Then, rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happens that I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Thanalan who very occasionally handles the earth-aspected variety of ether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanalan without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog, and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Aye, Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspired than he first thought. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is The squat, silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, it is no stirring epic, but as you asked, my employer, a Lollifellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandits' stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I have not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then ye'd best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amagina mithril mine. But I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. If he's still alive, your Lollifellan friend will probably be hiding somewhere inside the abandoned Amagina mithril mine. You'll not catch me going anywhere near the place, though. I barely escaped with my life, as it was. Hey there, Wedge. How could I be so stupid? Sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's just not the sort of thing I do. And now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up. And I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. Ah! I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Byrnjolf? Is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen ether sand, which Biggs and I need for our research, as it happens. It was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and very nearly fatal. But I did succeed in snatching the stuff. Before my bodyguard ran away, and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes, and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen ether sand is right here in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was, taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the ether sand in my stead? Oh, thank the gods! You're a true friend, Byrnjolf. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. There it is. Please ignore me, gentlemen. Byrnjolf, have you had any luck locating the ether sand? you go, my friend. Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect ether sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allegan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I am half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right. I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona with the ether sand before there are any more, little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Byrnjolf. I can get there from here. An hour in, and still nothing. What the fuck? Is it a synced trial? No, it's not. Ah, Byrnjolf, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? I see. 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected. And 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. Biggs and Wedge helped me out. You had help from Biggs and Wedge? Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rembros, have we any information on where the water and wind aspected types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order. But first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Byrnjolf has won for our case, if only for a moment. Oh, you sit over here. Technology should never be allowed to imprison people. It's a hard lesson I learned from watching Gaius and my father. If the secrets of the Crystal Tower are as dangerous as we expect, then I mean to keep them under lock and key. The terrible mistakes of history need not be repeated. Yes. I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlayan acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud, and seek out Parsamontret, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where ether sand might be brought, it is he. See, the Easter event is already over. Yes? I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase ether sand? My dear fellow, have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of ether sand in these markets for many a long year. I can tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water-aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the betusked nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no. You will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of ether sand with you. The wind-touched variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention. Good. A band of XIV in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The XIV logging grounds in the XIV logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination. And that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of ether sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into ether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you excuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind, until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. With the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? You've brought both? I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. There. That should do the trick. Excellent work! We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Byrnjolf here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Allegan's front door. Can't go without us, Chief! Pigs, Wedge, come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allegan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald's look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads. I really do. But we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged unto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology. Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allegan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the ether sand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Baldessian. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, We cannot very well call ourselves the sons of Saint Quenoch, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation, if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically, but my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready. You just leave the business of sorting out the aftermath to us. Focus on clearing out the nasties, and we'll move in to survey what's left. The Allegan civilization thrived within the borders of a vast empire, producing marvels the likes of which this world has never seen again. It's said that its technology was so advanced the Magitech of Goromold appears crude and childlike in comparison. When I first laid eyes on the Crystal Tower, I finally realized the truth of that claim. Gentlemen, the secrets of ancient Alleg beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, adventurer. Waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself. Though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer, still we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large, lopsided gate found to the southeast. Oh yeah, I forgot I died in that one dungeon. Forgot to summon my chocobo again. Carbuncle. The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Cid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. Success! I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs. This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Ha! We did it! So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Byrnjolf and a hand-picked party of his adventuring companions enter the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will, but our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Byrnjolf here fits the description better than anyone I know. And it is not as if we shall be idle in his absence, while Byrnjolf and his companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower. We can get about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Gratia. Bah, do you ever tire of being right, old man? Byrnjolf, as it seems I won't be accompanying you. Allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During its initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell, and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact. But you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress in the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Byrnjolf. Two tanks, 4 DPS, still need 2 healers. Man! They're giving away here for a little bit. Guess I'll run down and grab some food. Looks like we're going to be waiting for a while. party finder, huh? Well, see, somebody has that one queued. If it's not queued up by the time I'm done eating, I'll unqueue from it and start the Labyrinth of the Ancients. And then maybe do the Ultima's Bane on my own time. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear me chewing on my food. saw a very funny video. A truck lost a whole load of its cargo out the back of its truck, and it looked like it was like whole boxes of beer. So a whole bunch of people just stopped and picked up all the beer and would drive off. Like, hey, free beer. It's very funny. Okay, I think what I will try and do and see let's see here. Okay, so recruit members. Normal. Trial. Duty completion. Just kind of curious to see how it works. A level 100 joined us. Thank you. I'll pass on that. But yeah, that's what it's like for the game to be unsynced. That might be my best work yet. Was it not just as you remember, Byrnjolf? Yeah, exactly. I remember Ultima being that weak. Come now, what's the harm in a little exaggeration? I only changed a few details for dramatic effect. And even if I had not, others would have done so eventually. 'Tis the nature of every story to grow with each telling. Okay, let's fix that. There we go. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to see if when I quit the thing, it actually quit fully. Oh, you won't let me fly over there? Boo. Hey, what you doing? I have jumped over the Lalafell. And now I will join this. Our first alliance. I do find it funny how a lot of us just make ourselves look like the Warrior of Light from the trailer. I still want more of a, I still want beard options. Even with the hair options, it just doesn't feel enough for me. I want beard options. Give me a beard. Give me more beards to choose from. I could have something like Sid's beard or something like that. if he's the one tank that's cute for this. The raid is not synced? Huh. Okay. Maybe when I'm level 100, I'll have a look-see at that. Alright, here we go. Let's go! DPS. Come on. You know you wanna. Come on. Come on. Ready up. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Ready up. Ready up. Come on. Don't make me find you. I will. I've come get you. I will find you. Oh yeah, look at all of us. Oh. Okay. Maybe it's because we're not all together yet. You know, having the names of my party turned off might be a problem. Oh look, succubi. And cursed eyes. Look, a dragon. Why they pulled the dragon all the way over here? Oh, he is back up. Very high up. It looks nice. I'm ready. There we go. That's so much better now that I can see my party. Thanatos. Yeah, I'm not sure what the mechanics of this fight is. But we almost got him. Yep, there we go. Obtained 1,000 gil. Huh? E-check. I am ready. Good use of all these markers. Nope, two people were not ready. Really that slow in killing our enemy? Dang. Nope, well. Somebody's in there, right? The Iron Giant? Where? What? Older. Comments. Maybe that's what happened. Okay. Okay. Where's my team at? Oh, there we go. Look, you can't blame me for wanting to see what these armors look like, okay? Oh god. am I supposed to go? Oh, my carbuncle is gone. I forgot. Okay. I got completely lost. I was so engrossed in that cutscene, trying to figure out what was going on with it. I'm not even standing on the ground. Oh there, Byrn. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldessian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegethon. Not a Kieran. Phlegethon. He was a hero of the Allegan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allegan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Quinex's find for the present, and there plan our next step, lest there be any doubt our expedition has some way to go yet. I will be right back. I need to go do something. Okay, I feel better now. I was really needing to use the restroom. Oh, right, I can't fire. Boo! Okay. So good of you to join us, Byrnjolf. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. I just want to know if there's anything new. No, nothing new. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambros will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Byrnjolf. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling the Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Byrnjolf's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, his report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allegan technology. In short, our misgivings were well-founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief. We founded the ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must need hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Gra. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray, do not mistake my intent, Byrnjolf. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allegan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance ye place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy of the Allegan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. I believe the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Cid. Do not disappoint me. Tis my most fervent belief that the Fellowship of Noah will, piece by piece, lay bare the long-buried secrets of ancient Alleg's history, but the doing of it will require all of your skill and more. Mayhap I can convince Master Garland to allow me to accompany you, that I might see some of these horrific guardians in the flesh. I am quite proficient with the bow, you know. He really wants to come with me. Nothing new. Double check, see how the recording is doing. Damn, 4 hours. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there is nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Alligans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time, and I am loath to waste. But I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are? Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allegan civilization sent by the students of Beldesian to assist in your endeavor. Une and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age. If I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the student's behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. I'm sure you'll not take it amiss if we seem somewhat doubtful. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Gra? Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same? You have the Allegan eye as well? The sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allegans, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Alleg. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. I do like their outfits. It seems to me we have not to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Beldesian, when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of NOAA. Without further ado, let us have them examine the Circus Tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Byrnjolf, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Byrnjolf. With Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. I keep forgetting that I cannot fly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're examining the rubble in the hopes that it'll yield a clue to entering Circus Tower. Can you tell we're getting desperate? Well, if it isn't Byrnjolf, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alec, sent here by our friends of Beldesian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attire is ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is, we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism, whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magic cannon, nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effectively a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman, respectant. A man and a woman respectant. Allegan royalty by the judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why would we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero? You're still alive? Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is, for all intents and purposes, defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts, but I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these 2 odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was a symbol of ancient Alleg's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these 2 are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? 'Twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. Seven hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland. You know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An elegant tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. We may not have gotten off to the best of starts, but the past is in the past. Yesterday's enemies can yet be today's friends. Do you not agree, warrior of light? To think the Alligans can make copies of people. If this knowledge were to fall into the wrong hands, the world would become a terrible place. I shudder to imagine a dozen Bigs shouting at me all day long. The Chief and Nero go all the way back to the Magitech Academy. It's an exclusive school situated in the capital, reserved for the Empire's brightest elite. I don't know the nitty-gritty details, but they didn't get along back then, and they don't get along now. Fate's a bastard for bringing them together again. Goes without saying that Nero can't be trusted. You do well to keep an eye on him at all times. Let us hear what Une and Doga have to say. It will not be too late to decide upon a course of action afterwards. You have every right to mistrust us, but I beg you to hear us out. Long have we waited for this opportunity to fulfill our life's purpose. If you are ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambros, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldessian. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Alligan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Alligan history. Pray bear with us. The Allegan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of Allegan pride. Parents took their children there that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline has made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alleg to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler. And none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Zande. None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Yune and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Allegan emperors named Zande. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike. To think that the two were in fact one and the same. Aye, Zande returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Amon's prediction, the emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Zande turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness. Again? Seven hells! What is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. That you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Zande is very much alive. Within Cypress Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Delamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allegan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist, Amon, now Emperor Xande's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the seventh umbral calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xande awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. "'Tis for no other purpose, but to put an end to Xande's madness, that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Yune and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xande, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary man who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Byrnjolf Nordin, we are confident that we can end Xande's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Beldeskian among the host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Byrnjolf? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allegan Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allegan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Allegans. And so I hereby declare a change in Nova's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Byrnjolf, as you did for us within the labyrinth of the ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Xande himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Sid wants a few words with Nero. Wait, there is something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean... You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. Though their names do not appear to have survived the passage of time, Doga and Une were worthy individuals. They were not without faults, but they placed the welfare of the people above all else. When Zande was resurrected, they supported his second ascension to the throne in hopes that the empire would flourish once more under his leadership. When it came to light that Zande was consorting with dark powers, they did all within their power to stop him. Among their many acts, they imbued us, two humble clones, with their will. Within Circus Tower, you will encounter clones who share our appearance. Though they too were created in the image of Doga and Une, they are but empty husks, bereft of independent will. Their sole purpose is to eliminate intruders. Striking down spitting images of Une and myself may give you pause, but you must not let that stay your hand. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I'm quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Zande himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. The truth of my eye is ever on my mind, but right now, every man of us has a job to do. Rest assured, I shan't allow myself to be distracted. Oh, whatever. again, I was kind of hoping for a better picture with Graha in it. Ah! You know, I did not realize I was muted the entire time. Which makes me wonder how long I was muted for. If I was muted for the whole dungeon. Oops. So yeah, you guys are probably gonna have to read all that dialogue that I went through that one cutscene. Sorry about that. I feel as though that I'm forgetting something important, but for the life of me, I cannot remember what that something is. Rambos may know a way to bring our friends back. Let's consult with him without delay. Everyone's been in a dark mood since returning. I take it the mission didn't go well. I appreciate the attention and all, but don't you have better things to do than chat with me? Well, fine then. All this happened within the tower. Gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exist a myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. 'Twould seem that Zande sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. The void scent can enter our world. Instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it, I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them to fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years, and besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Zande's dark covenant is binding our world is in danger. It is our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Ra, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Alleg. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I'm with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try and save Une and Doga. I and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it, though we have known them but briefly. Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts and literature, both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray, rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, Byrnjolf. Mark my words. I really want to stop the recording and see how long I was muted for. Did I mute myself when I entered the dungeon? Being born with one red eye, I did not have the most pleasant of childhoods. You know what they say, children can be cruel. The end result being that I grew up determined to uncover the truth of that trait. Much and more yet remains beyond my knowing. But one thing is certain, the nearer I draw to the heart of the Crystal Tower, the more I am convinced that an important memory eludes me. Even without Dalamud in the heavens, the Crystal Tower is capable of generating vast amounts of energy. It's only a matter of time before the Void Gate is thrown open fully. Knowing this, Nero used us in order to secure safe passage to the tower's apex. Though I doubt that any of us fell for his ruse, we let the scoundrel do as he pleased nonetheless. Deep down, we all want to believe that a man can change for the better. This is just my humble opinion, but a man like Emperor Zande wouldn't leave anything to chance. Before we arrived at the tower's apex, he would have completed his preparations to open the Void Gate. That's why the gate manifested so soon after you defeated him, and poor Une and Doga were sucked in. Thoroughness and the lust for nihility make for a dreadful combination. Void gates and the like are a thaumaturge's domain. Engineers like me and Wedge are out of our depth. Having said that, we're not entirely useless here. The workings of the Crystal Tower itself are a language we understand. If there's something to decipher, we mean to decipher it. Well, it is in the purview of black mages as well. Ah, Byrnjolf. It is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero, imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zande. But you, Byrnjolf, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void scent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them and Nero out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a fair more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zande's orders, and collects energy to open another Void Gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alig. It is a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the elegant homestone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alig, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zande's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice, But then, what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Alleg. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes, and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Byrnjolf, just the man we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open the rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Byrnjolf. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Has the chief filled you in on the plan, Byrnjolf? Opening up the Void Gate will be a real feat for the Ironworks. But I'm worried about what comes afterwards. I've never heard of anyone going through a rift, let alone coming back. I don't relish the idea of getting stuck there ourselves. Byrnjolf, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers, scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. Still want to know how long I was muted for. There's so much to do. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Gra? Ah, Emperor Zonde's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. That is a huge throne. And again, Emperor Zonde was really, really big. Just imagine if Allegan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zonde and his ambitions. There were those who tried. Zonde's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Aleg. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Zonde lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zonde desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud to be emptied into Circus's tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I had learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zonde to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap 'tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Ah, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up the Void Gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrias. So just give us the word, and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good. Then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. All right. Let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Ah, a rift to the world of darkness. Zune called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the mead just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the dark realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the sons of St. Poinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. which leaves Byrnjolf, my friend. It's a heavy burden. I must ask you with... It's a heavy burden I must ask you with. But there are none more able. Pray, lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness, and our 3 comrades. But you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith that you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. Might I have a moment of your time, Byrnjolf? There's a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. They're just gonna leave it open? Everyone walking off? Oh, okay. Just leave it unattended. Byrnjolf, I wished to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, it is a trait seen only amongst Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted, but what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the self-same ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alec. Mayhap what I wish to remember, and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. You have my thanks, my friend. Now let us venture into the world of darkness, save our comrades and our realm. I do kind of want a picture with him. Let's see here. Slash. Repose. Let's get rid of my minion here. Well, this one's taking a bit longer. Such a crazy looking hat. How does that even stay on your head? Excited to watch some Brandon Ferris. He is hilarious. I love his Google Translate videos. The world of darkness. Hi, team. A strategy board? Oh my god. What am I doing? I got distracted by this one. Oh my god, it's so loud. Why is it not moving? Oh, I've been frozen solid. Alarm. Wait, is that a cake? Oh. No wonder why I got frozen. I should not be standing next to that. I have a feeling we were supposed to stand on something there. That hurt. Oh boy, so many people just died. Oh, I died. I was not paying attention to my health, I guess. Or I am missing something still. Okay. Cute. Oh, it's Celia. Oh, that's a cool looking monster. 5-headed dragon, huh? Oh, okay. So we're going right for it. Oh, somebody got him. We don't have our tank with us. Again. Strategy board. Shock Pikachu, guys. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. See what's here. Oh. And the Tower of Darkness. Alright. That didn't look very fun for them. Oh God! I was wondering where she was going to come from. Okay, so it follows me. Oh God, okay. I didn't know it would follow me. That would do something very, very terrible. Funny. Oh, I needed to be over there. Not dodge that in time. Let the sun shine. really want that. If I don't get it, I'm going to have to come back. Yay! Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga, Une, can you hear me? Nero! Must ye be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Though, I don't blame you for missing my company. Think the 12. Are you all right? As all right as can be expected. Une has simply passed out. Nero, the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zande's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say, a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can serve Zande's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Byrnjolf, Graha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness! You must return with us! No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. What is this trickery? Your blood! You two gain protection from Zonde's blood. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited, Graha. You have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I thought time would consume all of Alig, that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects would be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allegan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Alleg. Our part in this journey is to bury Zonde's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. You must leave as well, Nero. I am sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero. But do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Byrnjolf, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. No, you shall not escape us. Here Zonde's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alec. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who'll yet outdo Alec and Garland. That was what you hoped to. May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now onwards. Ah! Manly scream. You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. You are returned unharmed. Thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I had never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen, trying to keep the gate open. Then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all say, Where are Une and Doga? They're not... I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Gra! Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this, and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rumbros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Byrnjolf are both emerged from long battle. Of course. You have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair the St. Quinox find. And repair it to St. Quinox find, okay. Thought I misread that. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Byrnjolf. That I could have been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Byrnjolf. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. I wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people. I wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Byrnjolf, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now. But there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So, the Allagan eye that runs in G'raha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology. But who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to G'raha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has G'raha said anything? For that matter, where is G'raha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being, though he is still Nero. Byrnjolf, you say G'raha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower? I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambros! Master Rambros! 'Tis G'raha Tia, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I don't know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well. Let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Byrnjolf, please come with me. No doubt G'raha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of this plan to us. You never would have made it back without you, Byrnjolf, and for that you have my thanks. I doubt he will hatch any more dastardly schemes for the present. He owes me his life, after all. No matter how many other clones are still out there, our Une and Doga were special. I'm going to miss them. I'll tell you, that rift started closing up fast. Waiting for you three to pop out was the tensest few moments of my life. What in the world was G'raha Tia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but he will be honest with you, sir. I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. Their doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, G'raha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man! What is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alec, or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Zonde's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alec, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped that its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only members of Alec's royalty to outlive the Empire. The Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alec's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebear. For millennia we waited. Alec's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. G'raha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alec's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone someday to reach the same heights as Alec, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber with Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec. Just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our successes, and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rembros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Byrnjolf, I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancients' wish. The crystal tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. I wonder why his thing was going off there. Yeah, if you heard it, his sensor thing was going off. You have just missed Cid, Byrnjolf. There is much that needs his attention if he is to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah. No matter how lonely St. Coinac's fine has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Rest well, champion, for the main scenario and many other adventures await you. So what is this quest called? Of Errant Epistles. We'll have to have a look at that some other time. Gonna run over here real quick, make sure there's no other quests that I'm missing. Oh, Bahamut's Coil. But I haven't started that yet. I wonder why that just popped up. I feel like it'll take me forever to do anything with Bahamut's Coil. I think it's like a really, really long mission. Well, dungeon, I mean. Because I think it has like a whole bunch of stuff to it. That is not what I want. When standing nearby, prithee refrain from coughing, sneezing, waving, flailing, or performing any other means of wild gesticulation, lest the puff be lost for eternity. Poor thing. Oh, Zonde. Now, there are two quests Urianger has. Stuck on a chair. Oh, just several. Okay. Oh. Great. Amongst Mughal kind, the legend of good King Mogul Mog the 12th doth tell of a wise and magnanimous ruler, and lest the entity thus summoned put the lie to this imagining with his brief and decidedly unpeaceful reign. 'Twas most disturbing for me to learn then that the Mogul's guard have once more succeeded in placing their manic potentate upon his thorny throne. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the Asians' guileful intervention could they have called the king back from the ether with such haste. As ever it falls to thee, to the blade born of light, to banish the paragons' dark ambition from our realm, the 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of these gentle forest folk. Thy name hast been called, Byrnjolf. The more moderate faction of the Mughals have joined with the Order of the Twin Adder in an effort to open thee a path to the good king's domain. I bid thee make haste to the Adder's Nest, and once more pledge thine aid in disposing this royal mirth-made flesh. And then, don't know... Ah. Have to be this one then, I think. It is decided the stance of the Scions must evolve from shifting sand to unyielding stone. My place, however, is here in the land of unending tragedy. Ere must I remain until the true nature of the primals is revealed unto me. Many seasons did I toil to fashion a net across this vast realm, a net that catcheth not fish, but nuggets of wisdom more valuable than gold. Yet even possessed of this hoard of knowledge, I cannot purchase all the keys to the confounding doors that bar my passage. Thus must I presume to unsheath the blade born of light. Thine is a strength that shattereth the stoutest barriers, and doth pierce that which obfuscates the impotent gaze of ordinary men. We have not the luxury of time required for my measured scholarly pace. For the Adder's Nest is astir, hissing with the news of Garuda's return. Her winds have grown even more violent, ever more destructive. What lieth behind this sudden waxing of power? The answer may well prove a vital piece of the puzzle of the primal's existence. Mine eyes perceive a looming wall of strife poised to crash down upon our cities with unrestrained fury. For the nonce, you must pacify the Lady of the Vortex. Swiftly now to the Adder's Nest. High Serpent Commander Hulux will have such details as thou needest to proceed. I shall await thee at the Waking Sands and pray for thy success. So this is going to be the Savage trial? That is going to be horrible. Friend to the dawn, hear my plea. Tidings most ominous arrive from Gridania. A primal walketh the shroud. Those who have borne the eldritch spirit witness, and return to tell the tale, avow that ne'er before have they seen its like. The God's Quiver doth investigate as we speak, and meseems Beau Lord Lewin should welcome a capable adventurer's helping hand. Pray he thee to the seat of the first bow, and shine thy light upon the matter. And then the other one would be, yeah, the one with Alizai. For Bahamut's coils, which I can't do that yet. For one, nobody will be interested in queuing up for it. I remember waiting for a very long time. Oh, I think that's Zion right there. From the Novice Network chat. No, it's something I want to do. I kind of want to change my outfit. As amusing as it looks, it doesn't feel like it fits me very well here. Oh, did they give my paint to the, Hang on. I think you have my paint. There it is. I just wanted to see something real quick. Sure, why not? And it'll be a good while before I before I meet Zero. Whoops. Want to put my paint back. Wait, am I selling stuff? Oh. What am I selling? Hang on. Oh, that's what I'm selling. Ugh. Am I really selling them for 1,000? Okay. Ah, Byrnjolf of the Scions. Might I deduce, from your stern expression, that you have heard the disturbing news? I, Garuda, returns once more to plague our nightmares. I fear this incarnation of the lady is more tempestuous than aught we have yet witnessed. If you are prepared to face this roiling storm, then I will brief you on what must be done. Byrnjolf of the Scions, glad I am to see you. I assume you have been apprised of the situation regarding the Mughal monarch. After your previous deposal of the king, Kuplo Kop approached the Mongols' guard and attempted to convince them of the error of their ways. Unfortunately, it appears his efforts at persuasion had rather the opposite effect. The royal sentries reportedly flew into a frenzy and focused their righteous indignation into a new summoning ritual. Mayhap it was the unwavering intensity of the Mongols' guard's prayers, but the king has returned to the forest enveloped in an almost blinding aura of majesty. Kuplo Kop tells us that his dauntingly maniacal avatar has now taken to calling himself Great King Moggle Mog the 12th. Suffice it to say that the Elder Seedseer is willing to condone the necessary act of regicide. For the safety of all who dwell within the 12th Wood, it has been decided that the king must fall. A certain member of the Elder Seedseer's personal guard has already escorted Kuplokop to the ward that shields the monarch's domain. Those among us with the ability to see Muggles are often in high demand, but considering the urgency of your mission, our leader felt it best to expedite matters. Pray make your preparations and set out as soon as you are able. Kuplokop awaits you in the bramble patch in the East Shroud. Yep. This is going to be the savage one, isn't it? Nordin, I have heard much of your deeds in recent days. You come to lend your strength to the primal investigation, yes? Your aid is most welcome. I shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. Though still unsubstantiated, ill rumors stir amongst the townspeople of late. Rumors of a shadow-clad knight who rides in the shroud. Under normal circumstances, I would pay such idle ghost stories little heed. This time, however, we have reason to suspect, but we have naught to gain by rushing to judgment. I would have you go to the streets, Nordin, speak with the people, and hear their words with your own ears. The Ghost Knight? Aye, I saw him. Clad from head to toe in armor and seemed forged from shadow itself. Galloping through the shroud atop his hell's-born steed. Mark my words, the trees themselves were quivering in fear that night. I have not slept a wink since I returned. Yes, I saw the Black Knight, after which I promptly fled for my dear life. Should you end up in my position, you'd be wise to do the same. I have my pride, but I am not fool enough to cast my life away. Besides, one look was enough to know. This is a manifestation of pure evil. Were he to turn that massive sword against Gridania, all of our lances, as one, could not hope to stand in his way. I never knew there was going to be something over here at the wheel. Well, they have nothing to say. And they have a mask on, so they probably have COVID. Yeah! Don't sneak up on me like that, friend. Forgive me. Ever since espying a glimpse of that ghastly horseman, my heart won't stop racing. I knew the elementals would punish us sooner or later for daring to disobey their will. This is surely a sign of sinister happenings to come. I saw him clear as day, or clear as night, ye might say, with me own two eyes. More fearsome than the rider was his ghastly steed. I know not where ye've travelled, but I can assure you ye've not seen more frightening a beast. One thing I can tell ye, friend, there was no scepter or shadow. This was no spectre or shadow. Nay, he was as solid as you or me. A knight clad in shadow-forged armor, a mammoth sword, and hell's-born steed. It is clear now. Our worst forebodings have proven most unfortunately prescient. A ghostly knight atop his baleful steed. It is as I feared. The rumors bear a most inauspicious resemblance to the references in ancient scripture describing Odin, the dark divinity. It is my suspicion that the dark horseman of rumor is indeed Odin, and furthermore, that this malevolent presence is a primal. And yet before the god's quiver takes action, I would seek the counsel of one versed in the holy writings. Make for Quarry Mill, and seek out Brother Oapesi. I would know what he knows, and be swift, Nordin. If Odin is truly come to the shroud, time is not on our side. I am Oapesi, and you must be the adventurer I have been expecting. Ah yes, Odin, the dark divinity. Lord Lewin is understandably distressed at his arrival. As one who has read the scriptures, however, I am not entirely surprised. Odin, as the ancient writings have it, rode forth into our world wielding a dark blade, capable of cleaving earth and the heavens. That is very loud. By his fell blade did perish earth herself, and countless multitudes of her people. At long last a great hero of Alleg did arise, to do battle with the Dark God. Odin was slain, and his spirit sealed within a forest spring. So this is from the time of Alec, huh? For years, this was thought to be a mere wife's tale, a ghost story told by mothers to frighten their young ones into obedience. But recent archaeological studies at Allegan ruins have unearthed damning evidence to the contrary. And now these rumors. The scriptures claim that the dark divinity slumbers in Earth's fount, deep in the heart of the shroud, where the power of a crystal confines him. I have ventured into the forest and seen the crystal with my own eyes, but this was many years ago. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that something has gone terribly awry, and the fetters of crystal confine the dark divinity no longer. I would send you to Earth's fount to investigate the matter, but be forewarned. Your path will not be an easy one. Should any evil spirit stand in your way, this matter of cleansing should avail you. The last of the Allegans. The crystalline jail that held the dark divinity in check. Were you able to ascertain what has become of it? Magical energy still remains on this stone, though its powers have grown dim. What's more, behold how the stone has been cleaved clear in twain by Odin's fell blade. There can be no doubt. Yes, there can be no doubt as to the identity of our unwelcome guest. And yet, it is almost curious. If the dark divinity rides free, why does he tarry in the shroud? And he wrote, "You are to be commended for your bravery, adventurer. Simi is preparing a report on this very matter as we speak. I would be most grateful if you could share your findings with her as well." So it is indeed as we feared. The seal of Earth's fount has been broken, and the dark divinity rides again. I must draft a report immediately. Your assistance in the investigation has proven invaluable, adventurer. You have our thanks. With your aid, I have finally managed to complete my report, a thorough survey of all eyewitness reports, along with the most credible theories regarding the dark divinity's presence in the shroud. I intend to deliver copies of the report to Brother O. Apassi and Beau Lord Lewin myself. The Scions, too, will no doubt be eager to learn of our findings. I would be most appreciative if you could deliver a copy to Urianger in my stead. My duties demand that I remain composed, but in all truth, I fear for the fate of our people. Should the time come that the dark divinity draws his blade against Gridania, promise me that we can count on your aid. Kuplokop has nullified the ward in anticipation of your arrival. I pray this royal nightmare is not beyond your abilities. Oh, I knew you'd come. At least I was hoping, Kupo. Not long ago, I had a stern word with the Moggle's Guard about the dangers of turning pleasant fairy tales into disturbing reality, but they insisted that the intimidating force that is good King Moggle Mog the 12th, may his scepter of judgment ever command our respect, is exactly the sort of savior we need. The Moggle's Guard are afraid, Kupo. Afraid of how the forest has changed. Afraid of the never-ending conflict. Afraid that we Moogles have no place in this new world. I am scared of all those things, too, but the thought of unleashing our royal menace upon the Trollswood scares me even more, Kupo. Please, you must deal with them firmly before this goes too far. A measured thrashing, of course, nothing too brutal. You can enter Thornmarch here, through the terror I've made in the ward. Take care, good fortune, and in the meantime, I'll go let the others know that great King Mogglemog the Troll, may his reign end with minimal bloodshed, will be vacating his throne. Kupo? Extreme. Wait, is that... Okay, so is extreme savage or is it not savage? Also, I'm glad I don't need to do it. So, let's, head back. Byrnjolf, I am most heartened by thy safe return. Wert thou able to cast light on the shadows that haunt the shroud? So it is true. Having awakened from nigh eternal slumber, the dark divinity now rides free in the shroud. Whilst you were afield, I immersed myself in the scriptures. The more I scoured the words, the more I did realize that the writings draw heavily upon Allegan historical chronicles. History is quite a fascinating beast, is it not? One nation's glory is another's suffering. One nation's great hero, another's most abhorrent villain. I mean not to speak in platitudes, only to say that there is never but a single side to any story, even a story that is presented as historical fact. To what end did the great hero of Alleg seal Odin in the jail of crystal? What impels the dark divinity to ride once again? Cast thine light on the shadows of history, friend, that we might be delivered from the darkness. Okay, so there could be a trial for Odin in Gridania, but I'm not going to go back there for a while. In the time being, however, we have the main story now that we can focus on. Whew, it's nice to get all those dungeons and such taken care of. But yeah. Alright. Thank you all for watching. That was... how long was that? 7 hours. Oh, well, pretty much 8 hours. Almost. Well, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the future. Goodbye.